see that here. But I never use it, but I was just, because, Daryl being off frequency, like say, the only thing with that, all of you would be 20 cycles up on my receive. I would still be continuing to transmit on 000 on the 98, but as soon as I'd unkey, it would switch over to, say if it was 20 cycles, would be 0, say 20, back and forth, you know what I'm saying? So if you're in with a group of people, that wouldn't be very helpful. Only if it was one-on-one to switch back and forth, like we used to do back in the 11-meter day, or back in the old amateur radio days. I believe they had RIT where you could do that. Yeah. Anyway, Travis, I know you're going to sleep.
No, I got mine.
Okay. I was talking about the RIT. It's weird that they make these 101s all fancy. I think they're great. But with the clarifier and this RIT thing, I thought that like when Daryl was off, I could track him and put it on where he's transmitting, and then transmit on this frequency. But here, when I unkey, it would go back off whatever it was, if they were up or down. You know what I'm saying? Switch back and forth like a split. And I'm not able to do that.
Yeah, I will do it. I read it and tuned him in, but everybody else is off.
But your radio was able to transmit on this frequency, and then when you unkeyed, it would go back to like the RIT onto your end. Yeah, but when it switched back and forth, when you would key down, would you remain on the frequency you're transmitting on, and when you unkey, would it go back to like to receive the RIT, I'd call it, like on a clarifier. You switch back and forth. You transmit one way and receive as soon as you unkey on the other.
Yeah, I changed my RIT to minus 0.1. So you should still be hearing me on frequency, but when I unkey, it'll be off.
See, that's what I'm trying to do with this one. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. I'm pushing the clarifier. It's next to the Valt. That lights up there on the display. I could do the receive or the transmit, but I'm receiving. I could change the receive. I could track and follow you through all frequencies. But if I key, I'll be transmitting off frequency also. Maybe I didn't have the timing right. Okay, right now I'm on the clarifier, and it is switching. Wow, I'm on. It says clarifier receive of 50 hertz. I'm transmitting on 98,000, but as soon as I unkey, it's 050. So yeah, if he was up there or down there, okay, it's working. Man, good deal. Daryl, come on back.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
I apologize. I don't know who's still in here, but anyway, N4 EDX. Sal, Dan, he's a friend now. His call sign, make note of this. You guys, he just sent me a note, wanted to make sure that I had seen. We're coming up on 1 year this week. of the hurricane up here in Swannanoa. His call sign is Kilo 2 Delta Mike Golf. I don't know if Dan's in here or not, but sometimes he listens and doesn't say anything. But if you got a second, go to his QRZ page and look up KTBMG, and I'll drop down about half the page, and he's got a real nice. I guess he got interviewed by quite a few people. He was my kind of go-to man. That's how we became friends through the hurricane. And he's over north of Charlotte, so he was. I'm not going to say he didn't get any damage, but he was certainly capable of being control off the Mount Mitchell, which is the highest point east of the, Mississippi River. And ironically, it's like 15 or 20 air miles from me. Anyway, it's a very nice little note. It's got a Facebook link that he recorded. I had no idea we found out later we were being listened to all over the country. Actually listened to all over the world.
Hey, Roger. Yeah, I heard something about it.
What was his call sign?
It's K Kilowatt 2 Delta Mike Golf.
He ended up getting a free iPhone. I guess iPhone heard about our, I was about the only person on the ground in Swannanoa. We found out a day or two later that was a young man who was not more than 2 miles from me, but we were cut off. Bridges, anyway, it was funny because he had mentioned that to me. I see he's got a picture now on his QRZ page. But ICOM awarded him an IC 9700 for his effort. Well, I got him beat. I got the Jeep Gladiator.
Was that your reward? Did you get a reward too?
Yeah, I mean, you need to look at the video, and I never asked for any help. Actually, that event, between my Navy and it threw me into my first scenario or first episode of PTSD. I guess, let me say this, I was sober and I recognized what was going on, and I'm a medic, and I worked at the VA as a nurse, and I was a Navy corpsman with both the Navy and the Marines, but I tell you what, that picture reminds me that there were 4 of us standing in my radio room. But it's just a picture of the 2 of us, and then it's got a play button, and it takes you to Facebook.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
It was actually the first corpse that I was calling in. Oh, I think he probably works everywhere. Dan is very radioactive.
Well, recently, yeah, I'm back on station. Call and his name down there.
Well, he was in here the other night when you were in here too, yeah. He's a nice guy. Yeah, I doubled. Oops.
Clayton. Yeah, we really became friends. He's the guy that just hooked me up with this Valstar HF auto tuner. But I tell you, he was the right guy in the right place at the right time, if you know what I mean. He's very professional. He didn't put up with any, I hate to say it, when you got a repeater at 6,600 feet above your head, if somebody wants to be a quorumer, they're covering 5 states on 2 meters.
6,000 feet. Are you talking about ground elevation?
It's 6,600, to be honest. It's man, I tell you what, it's beautiful up there, and also it's ironic this week being 1 year, the parkway, the Blue Ridge Parkway from Asheville up to Mount Mitchell opened this week, which was, everybody was scared because the economy was, Asheville, this mountain town, is basically a tourist, that's how this city survives. You got that Biltmore estate that, who that belongs to? Good God. The Vanderbilt. It's the largest residential castle in the United States. It's down here. Actually, a ton of their property got flooded because it was farmland.
They have a lot of wine fields there at that I've been there, and I just can't get it in my head that they had stuff like that back that long ago.
It's amazing, right?
Yeah.
Well, it makes you realize there was just no end to the money. And you're talking back during, I don't know what year, you're going to make me go look things up, but, that Biltmore estate is now a, big tourist attraction. But, this year has been the worst ever up here. I mean, a lot of small businesses didn't make it, and FEMA was, I tell you what, I pray we never have another one because they just weren't they weren't here really in Swannanoa for more than a month. We were living off the Red Cross, and I bet you 75 to 85% of all the help we got actually came from the church and Christian organizations. I mean, hell, they were here within hours feeding us or, just trying to help.
Hey, let me ask you, going from Asheville, figuring into Knoxville or Nashville, going across what is it? That 40 right there, and go through all the tunnels. They had all them rock slides and stuff. Did they ever get all that straightened up?
Well, it continues to be a problem. I think they've got one lane on Interstate 40. And Interstate 40 runs from the East Coast, Wilmington, out on the coast, North Carolina. It's like 2,557 miles. I've seen the sign out on the other side, which is, I don't know, you're probably 90 miles out of Los Angeles, maybe 120 miles. But when you come up out of Los Angeles and up on the high desert and jump on I-40, the sign says something like Wilmington, North Carolina, 25 or 28, how many miles it is all the way across the country.
Now, I was just interested in the rock slides up there by the tunnel.
I'm going to tell you, as far as I know, and I'm only, just to give you an idea, I'm at exit 60 on I-40, so I'm an hour, a little less, from the Tennessee line. And for a long time, they actually are still trying to divert traffic up through Asheville and then head north, even though I believe it's also an even-numbered interstate, so it's considered east to west, but they ask you to get on I-26, and it's out of route by, I don't know, maybe 90 miles, but they want you to go up to Kingsport, Tennessee, up in the mountains, and then come back down on I-81, and that intersects I-40 in Knoxville.
That'll be a traffic jam.
But I was going to tell you, as far as I remember, and I've been through there, I used to take my camper over there to exit 24 and then ride through, that's called the Gorge on I-40. But there are no tunnels. It's just the damn interstate hangs on the riverbank, and it's straight uphill, on the north side. So anything drops rocks down on the interstate. I know it's not funny, but about 5 or 6 months ago, they had camera crews out there, and they were bragging about how they had gotten this big stretch open, and right then while the cameras were running, 2 lanes of that fell right back into the river.
There's a lot of rain and stuff coming over and pretty decent and fast.
Yeah, and it really is a gorge. You're really, see, a lot of people don't recognize that when you talk about, we got flooded in a hurricane. Well, up here where I live, my road goes up to one of the 3 water reservoirs, and it was so mismanaged, and the flooding was so dire that they opened the floodgate, and I see why. It took months to get up to the dam, but the earth it shifted on the dam, so they probably did the right thing to save it, but they compounded the flooding down this valley, which I'm in, which is B-Tree, which dumps right into the Shenandoah. And so there was a little bit of man-made disaster added to Mother Nature.
Talk to you tonight.
Absolutely sleep well and know that it's 51 degrees here in Shenandoah right now outside the shack, but it's also 96% humidity, so I suspect there's fog. Sleep well, partner, and catch you down the band. Isn't 40 yet?
It's 70 degrees here.
We've had about 2 weeks or more, maybe, I don't know, maybe 20 days where it was down in the 40s every morning and highs in the 60s and low 70s. And I tell you, I love to sleep with the windows open and the fan going. When it's 40s, you can hibernate. Good night.
Okay, Fred. Take care, my brother. And we'll catch you later. I'll be following you out shortly. Yeah. Anyway, catch you later, Fred. And I'm glad I got my radio figured out. Small thing, but it's like, I just never had purpose or reason to do that. I was playing around with it while everybody was talking and switching over back. It works pretty good. I knew this radio had to switch over. But they got it. what, Fred?
You have to switch over frequency, you just say, switch over.
Yeah, right. I think if I put my wrist, my palm up on top of the radio monitor, there's a certain spot right there. It'll give me my pulse reading and my blood pressure too, and it'll tell me if I'm heading for a heart attack.
If it doesn't record anything,
Yeah. Ooh, hell. That would be great.
maybe.
Well, maybe, yeah. Maybe, baby. Wow.
Old St. Peter be sitting there. I got your mansion ready for you, Sal, but it don't have no ham radios in it.
Yeah. Well, we might not need them. If that's the case, we could just think about communicating to whoever, and they would be there in our thoughts. That would be pretty cool. You know, it sounds like it's far-fetched. But look at all the stuff they talked about 50, 100 years ago. And people said they labeled him a whack job. The guy was definitely psychotic. And all that stuff that we talked about, or they talked about, dreamed about, it's all come about. Yeah.
What you're talking about there, somebody mentioned a mansion. You know, we sing that old Southern song, I've got a mansion just over the hilltop. Well, in chapter John, verse 6, if you actually do a word study on that, where there's this is good, and I do.
I'll be back. Will we be able to commingle though? I mean, it would be a pretty lonely situation if everybody just had one room and had to stay in there. It would be like a confinement. Or does it mean more? What about the decoration?
I was thinking funny. I said, I guess I'll get that.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing. It sure is. No.
We don't keep to the word enough anymore.
You're right. We got to
that Charlie Kirk, many people like him. I look at he's, to me, with all I've seen, he's a saint. God has called him to heaven. No different than John the Baptist, Peter, Paul, Andrew the prophet, all those people that have been killed and stoned by these evil, wicked people of the world. I believe there's a special place in heaven for these people. And all that he contributed and gave to God, his service, and his life, and even his staff. And all people that are trying to strive for that thing called perfection, which is righteousness, first seek the kingdom, all other things will be added. That man is a saint as far as I'm concerned. Now that he's dead, and all the life that he lived and what he promoted for God. That's my belief. I knew he was a good man, and they're trying any little thing. Oh, geez. You can find fault with anybody at any time, but you got to weigh out overall on the scale how much is all the good way compared to a couple of errors where we fall short. So, and boy, people just like on the other side. Remember the people that were going to stone Christ, get him over toward the cliff and try to run him over the cliff. What did Christ say? You are the children of the devil. That's evil. They would not accept him. They were wicked, set in their ways. They were haughty, greedy, and they wanted to destroy what was righteous that was coming to them. It was the gift from God, and they didn't want to receive it. Now, it doesn't mean all the people were the children of Satan, but those who practice all that wickedness, yeah, they are. And that will not turn around from that wickedness and not just continue to do it, but they promote it. Those are bad eggs. Those are people, I don't think there's any rehabilitation for those kind of people. Like the book said, kick the dust off your feet when you go to the door, and they mock you. In other words, leave that place and separate yourself from these people. All they want to do is destroy you and the Word, which is Christ. So, the fight goes on. But I knew the man was a good man, like so many others out there too. You know who I used to really love? Billy Graham. A lot of people out there with the ministry. But there was something about him. And his son is good too, he's right. But Billy Graham was like, he was the original man. When he spoke, maybe it was a voice. John Hagee too. I mean, there's a lot of them. Barbara Ross and all.
A presence.
What?
He was a very commanding presence, you know. I never felt more like I was listening to a man of God than Billy Graham.
Yeah, no, Billy was, I love him. Matter of fact, if I'm going through the channels or something and all of a sudden he's on there or whatever, it's something they're showing about something, well, I'm going to stop right there. Wow. And, oh, man, I love this guy. And I'll sit back and I'll just listen to him. Sometimes I go to YouTube and find him and hear his sermons. His sermons are, he was right on the mark, always on the point. Like I said, his son is good. But and following the dad's footsteps, it's all super. But he's not Billy Graham. He's like the one and only. And anyway, the same with the Kurt. Man, it's amazing. I never realized just how positive he has been in all his preaching and service. And the whole world. You see all these countries, they got their flags and the praise, the memorial that they're having for him. Even South Korea, people, France, Italy, Germany, all over the world. They show it on the news all the time. And I guess his wife is going to pick up on the ministry. She's a beautiful woman, physically and spiritually. Both of them. What a God-blessed couple. Did you hear the sermon or the service she did for her husband when she came on a few nights ago? I sat in the chair, me and Donna, and talked about. She spoke to the heart of the people, millions. She spoke to my heart, and Donna, tears came out of my eyes. It was like my own wife speaking, somebody that you love. I mean, she must have drew the whole world of people that have that godly devotion. My God, however she put that together, it was so soothing and so inspirational to my heart and to so many millions. And I said to Donna, she has to take over. She is the closest thing to him and to God. And she is. We are so happy for her. And we will contribute to her in any way whatsoever, financially, spiritually, and to the cause. Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah, just, I know when I say my prayers,
you know, Jim, well, if you really believe in this God thing, why didn't he protect him? Well, hey, the same with John the Baptist, same with the apostle, or Peter, or Paul, or any of the disciples. What did Christ say? Pick up your cross and follow me. You will be persecuted and hated on account of my name. They will rise up against you. They will utter things against you. They will even kill you. But the thing is, when these people die in the name of Christ, they will immediately, I believe, will be put aside or immediately called to heaven as saints because they endured here on this earth for the love of God. And like he says, the people that deny me, so too will I deny them before my Father in heaven. So those people that are ashamed of Christ and the Word of God, so will he be ashamed of them. Yep. Amen. So, that's my belief. I said it, I believe it, it is written, and I will die for it.
Just got my call, guys. Gotta get up early in the morning, get my beauty sleep tonight, because I'm real ugly. Longer than 8 hours sleep. Enjoy it, guys. Have a good one. We'll see you.
Okay, take care, brother. I love you, man. I wish you the best for you and the family. Our prayers are with you and everybody out there. God bless you, W4 Sugar Alpha.
Have a great evening. Thank you. And for EDA.
And we'll help you get rid of that RF to the unwanted stuff.
Every time I stand up with my hand, this radio with all the wires back there, wait till I see your picture. And it ain't gonna go away till I forget that right there.
Well, they say all good things come in time. You just need a little time to get it all resituated again. A lot of people been there, experienced that unwanted RF, because the good RF is the stuff that goes off that antenna. That radio frequency is what we want to hear. But we don't want that common mode coming back in. No RFI.
You got that right.
Yeah. I think I remember the days you were kind of struggling with that stuff. But
Not real bad. I had that real when it was firing when I had that double board. But I don't know, other than that, I was shutting off my computer monitor. I don't have any issues anymore. Good.
yeah, no, you're good now. You're solid. Heck, man, you're walking on solid ground, dude. Did Clinton get back?
Where did you go to the P room?
I don't know. Maybe he heard us preaching a little bit, and he said, okay, I'll be back. I got to go. Kind of making fun of it. I don't know neither. But I'm ready when Daryl comes back in here and he's off frequency. I could definitely sit in on him. But if there's a group in here, well, there's different.
Yeah, one-on-one, it works awesome.
Yeah. Well, I seen that. I was playing around with it. I said, this is going to work good. Let's see, how can I do it? Let's see. You go, if you transmit 20 cycles off, let's see. I'm trying to do it with you where we can switch back and forth. But if anybody else listening out there is like, why is that guy off? And he's hearing him just like crystal clear. I don't think I've ever used that before for anybody. I knew it would come up clarify and receive or transmit, and I knew it was like the RIT, but I just never had any need for it because most people today with these modern radios are all on either double or triple zeros, right on the money. Okay, talk to me. I'll find you.
Okay, how are you? I'm on 340.
Are you right here on? I got 0 to 20. Plus 20 hertz. My last is 0. How do I get my last to 0? You're on 98.2?
Yeah.
Okay, you're right here.
Yeah, but still low, nasally.
Okay, let me hear you now, Travis.
Okay, you're
I'm hearing you perfect right now. You're right on the money. I'm transmitting though on 8.0, triple zeros. So I'm transmitting right on 9800. But I'm hearing it switches over. Yeah, you're perfect. You're right on the 0.200. I didn't think. I was wondering why, because it seemed like you were more than just 20 hertz. In that 200. Okay. Are you hearing me? Okay. Well, you. Oh, yeah. Oh, because I'm 200 down below. Well, let me see. Let me think. Yeah, there's no way of doing it. I'm thinking. No, probably you'd have to use the other VFO, where it would be like cross-banding or something. But anyway, yeah. So if you were off, like when Daryl comes in, he's off, say he's off 200 or whatever. Well, I could hear him. He should be able to hear me if his receive is on the money. But if the whole radio is off, then we're screwed, right?
By the way, I could fix my receiver to pick up the person who is off. I'm like, oh shit, I got a call. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back up. Oh no.
Okay, I just changed my bit to 3898.00. But right now I'm transmitting on 3898.200 where you're receiving me.
Okay, I went back. Now I'm transmitting on 9800, and I'm receiving on 98.200.
Yep, because I'm transmitting on 98.200 and receiving on 9800.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so I'm right on the money right now, right?
Right on the money. I'm on the money as well, right?
Wow. We could do that, and people say, man, freaking weird bastards here talk. Because both of us would be sounding like crap. Yeah.
How far it goes. Hang tight for a minute. We start talking and I'll move my.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. We could go for the gusto now. Go a couple of KC even. Or many.
Okay, I am transmitting on 3898.2 and I am receiving on 3897.0.
You're on 0.7, okay. Okay, are you hearing me now?
Yeah, I'm receiving on minus 1 kilohertz. I'm receiving on 3897, but I'm transmitting on 3898.2.
Well, I'm receiving you on 0.3, 300. 98.300. 98.300. 1212. Buckle my shoe on 0.300. 98.300. I'm talking. No, I'm receiving. I'm talking on 98. Sorry about that. 98. Receiving on 98.300.
Okay, I'm receiving on 000 when I'm transmitting L2 like we were before.
Go to 0.3. Go to 0.3. I'm listening on 0.300. 98.300. That's where I'm listening, but I'm transmitting on 9800. Perfect. I lost you. Point 300. 300.
I'm transmitting right now is 200.
Okay. I'm receiving now. I dropped down 100 hertz. I'm listening now on 0.200 again, like we were before 98.200, but I'm transmitting on exactly on 9800.000.
Okay, I'm transmitting on 3898.200. On 3897.9.
You should be receiving me on right on 9800. Perfect, 9800. I'm talking on 0.000 on the 98. So that's where you should be receiving me, Roger.
Yeah, I'm receiving you on 3898, but I'm still transmitting on 3898.2.
Right. That's where I'm picking you up crystal clear. Crystal clear on 200.
But you're on your TX200, right?
On the receive. My clarifier is just on the receive. There's nothing to do with my transmitter just automatically goes back because that's where my VFO is set. Well, the main VFO is transmit and receive. The clarifier and receive is lit up. Plus a 200 hertz is showing. And I'm crossing, I'm splitting, being on frequency at 30, at 9800. But when I release the transmitter, it switches right over to plus 200 hertz high.
Okay, I'm receiving on 38.000, and I'm transmitting on 38.
Absolutely perfect. Absolutely right on the money. You're on the money. Okay, I say, what the hell you weirdos doing? But, so we could even go from 98. I could switch my receiver if you were talking on 90 wherever. We're just talking on a few hundred here at a time. But we could change it in KC too. From maybe 3875 and back and forth that way. There's no limit. In other words, on the same receiver, we could cross and split, just like that, like we're doing right now. Instead of just a couple hundred hertz, we could do it in the KC kilocycle. kilocycles, or that's old school? Kilohertz?
Yeah, kilohertz.
That's pretty cool. And you sound good? Well, you're right on frequency. You gotta sound good. I never even gave much thought to do it. It's like, that was there, but I move things around and all. But I never just crossband with anybody. I never did the splitting back and forth on this radio. I never even did a crossband. I know how it works. I've been there, done it before, but not with this particular radio. I mean, you do it with one. I mean, if you got the capability, you can do it with another. But did you say you can just receive on yours? You can't crossband?
Probably crossband. I have VFO A, VFO B.
Yeah, well, you should be able to do it.
But I could do VFO A, VFO B would be off like 10 megahertz.
Let me go back on frequency.
Okay, I should be dead on 3898.
Okay, me too. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3.898.00. Rocket takeoff.
Okay. Right now, VFO A is 3898. Let me change my VFO B to be 3890.
Okay.
VFO A is 3898 and my VFO B is 3890.
Okay. I'm talking on 3898, and I'm listening. I'm transmitting on 98, and I'm listening on the my cross VFO on 9890, 3.890. So that's what I'm listening to. Okay, it's working. You're up here on 3890, and I'm talking down on 3898. Absolutely. You are the man, dude. Yeah. Wow, that's so cool. I got more static as I'm listening to well, this. Oh, I know. I don't have no pad up here on this one on 3890. Yeah, let me back up. Hold on. I gotta adjust the RFK. I had to pull it back to an S900. It was wide open up there on the second VFO. The VFOs don't say A and B. I'm looking like they don't say UFO. Oh, that's main. The main VFO. Main and sub. Okay. On my 9000, it was A and B. I guess you got A and B. Yeah, I got main and sub. Where's your band scope on me? Yeah, on spam. Where's your band? Damn it. How wide are you? I'm like 20. I'm on 20. I got 50, 10, or 100. You know, how wide are you? Let's say I'm what is it? Are you on 50? I think if you put it on 20, it might minimize some of the noise. Maybe. I know Big Daddy was telling me that's why he's on 20, because it limits the noise on the band, but I'm not seeing that. I hear that. And it's just a band. My transmit and the receive. On the fall, like you said, on the waterfall, it just widens it or narrows it. But it has nothing to do with, I would hope that it would have been nice if it would minimize and restrict the sides, you know, to make it more narrow, less band noise. That's not the case. I got both of my VFOs, my sub and my main on S9. Pretty noisy here. And I have my digital noise filter on, which is I could also put my VC tune on. Yeah, that'll quiet things a whole bunch. You still hear me? Okay, right. Travis, you're not going to believe it. I got two VFOs on, and with the VC tune, I got both of them. I could use my VC tune on either VFO, and I got it so quiet. I got no more static. I could barely hear a little static somewhere, but you're coming in like FM. Clean, clear, loud, proud. Awesome. Absolutely. This 101 is incredible. If it gets any better than this, there's no purpose for it. It's like splitting here. So if you know how to work the radio, and some people don't give it time. I didn't know that it could do all that it could do, but the more we play around with it, it's like a wow. Like this silly playing with the RIT or the clarifier. They used to call it the RIT. Or back in the CB days, we called it the clarifier. We used to open the clarifier to get extra channels. That's like, yeah. So, pretty cool. People must be saying, who the hell is he talking to? I can't tell without changing. Well, I mean, I could go there. If you go down to 95, 895, is anybody down there? Well, why don't you talk to me? I'll listen to you on 895, and I'll transmit up here, just like we're doing now. So you just got to change your transmitter, and I'll change my receiver. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm transmitting on 3898 and receiving on 895. It's working perfect. Oh yeah. And you know, on my left earphone, I'm hearing myself. And when I stop transmitting, I'm hearing the static on the left earphone, but not the right. So I'm listening. So in other words, the receiver goes on left ear, right ear also. Pretty cool. So I'm listening to just one ear on the, I call it the sub-VFO, which it is. And when I unkey, it's on the 95, that's on the sub. Yeah, right now it's like switching from ear to ear, but I got a T plug in the port. So now I'm using one port with a T. So I'm running both speakers on that one port. I don't have them independently on each port, which I should probably have them, but I never did. I was in a hurry when I hooked it up. Both speakers are coming out of one port. I got a little Y adapter and interconnector. Yeah, I do. Well, I got a T in here. What it is, when I'm talking like in my monitor, I hear myself in the left ear. Then when I unkey, I could hear the static and the sub-VFO. So when you talk, I could only hear you on that one ear, not both ears. So each ear has its own VFO, the left and the right. Now if I separately feed them in each different speaker, it probably would be the same thing though, right? Yeah, because I believe you're right. Yeah, that's why it didn't matter. I figured the way it is now, when I get off of the sub-VFO, I would hear you in both ears, a monitor and a receive, whoever. But the way it is now, it's one ear, the left ear as I'm talking in the monitor, and when I unkey, my right ear becomes activated to receive you on the sub-VFO. Pretty cool. Yeah, pretty sharp and smart, ain't it? So, transmitting on the left and receiving on the right. Yeah. So, we could kind of run away and hide, man. Where'd they go, the lousy dogs? Yeah.
I'm still here.
You're not there?
For EDS, but my back's been turned. I'm working on my little, fun workbench, my electronic workbench behind me. I'm getting kind of finalized, so
yeah. Where are you receiving us at? Are you receiving us on 95?
Ghost Rider, you are full, clear transmission, and actually the whole time, you at least have been on 3898.
Yeah. Well, no, I know I'm transmitting on 898, but I'm receiving 895. So
you're just doing a split?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done that in some of the 10-meter, DX edition, when it's a pile-up. I've done that.
Well, we're just using the clarifier The same thing. Yeah, or the RIT. Yeah, we're just from 4KC from 95 to 98. We're just practicing, just playing around. It's called boredom, I guess. So I find something different that we normally don't do. That's all good.
No, I'm with you, and I'm actually, I kind of wish that I had been paying more attention. I usually hit the split button when those guys are, when they got a pile up, they usually go up or down the top. And, it's amazing how many people see a note and they go direct to the listening, frequency. And it's constantly, if it's a high demand, country, they end up moving around just to get away from people that aren't paying attention.
Well, where's you transmitting right now? Are you transmitting on 898?
Yeah, it's 00.
Well, hey, Travis. I'm hearing him on my left ear. He's right on the frequency, not right in my monitor. He's on my left ear. You're on my right ear. Which was that? Huh? Well, why am I hearing you on 895 and I'm hearing him crystal clear on 898?
Let me get, so you're using which one, RIT?
Oh, yeah, I'm on the RIT, yeah, we're on the RIT. Well, that's right, I'm using two different VFOs, so that's why I'm still hearing you crystal clear on 98. And Travis is receiving me here on 98, but he's talking to me on 95. That's in my sub-VFO. So if you go to 895, I'll hear you in my right ear. No more will I hear you in the left ear.
I'm going to give it a shot, but I think because as soon as I rolled my RIT, you went, I can tell I was receiving down range, and you immediately, you just couldn't make it out. Let me see what I can do with the split.
Yeah, that's what Ed's trying to do. He's going to try to split. That was interesting there. Sure was. I'm hearing you now, and I'm hearing you in the right ear. So you are transmitting on 95, but where are you hearing me? Are you hearing me on 898? I'm hearing you on 95 in my right ear. And you must be hearing me on 98 because that's where I'm talking. Yeah, he is. Oh, yeah. See? Hey, Ed. Travis said he does not hear you. He said he must be transmitting. Where is he transmitting? On 95? I said, yeah. No, wait. Travis said he can't hear you talking to me. I'm talking to Travis on 98. You're talking to me on 95. And are you listening to me on 98? Because how would you be hearing me? You got to be listening to me on 98 and talking to me on 95. Oh, hardy hard dar. Yeah. Okay, let's Travis doesn't have the dual receive, but he has a split. I guess it would be split, right? Well, that's just as good, man. Yeah. So, hey, and on the VC tune, you know, it comes up on the top and the center. Well, on both VFOs, it's both lit up on the top. So I got the VC tune on both the VFOs here, and with the digital noise reduction. Man, it's like I said, it's quiet as a church mouse in here. Beautiful. Wow. Well, we could really aggravate the shit out of people kind of utilizing two frequencies. Get the hell off. What, you're one or the other. What do you think you're doing? Talking to one and using another one. That's worse than these guys coming in with 5KC are talking. That they want to play war? We'll play war. Yeah. What's going on? What's happening? I need another beer. Maybe 2 beers. Hey, Ed? On transmit on 98, 898, can you do that? And put your receive over here on 95? I'm hearing you. All right, talk to me on 898. But put your receive on 895. Yeah, because you don't, I'm not sure how to work it, but because it took me a little bit, I had to figure it out because I was getting like a little trouble over here, trying to figure out my head from my tail over here for the moment. Because Travis says he's listening on 98, I'm listening on 95. So when Ed came down here, yeah, he's talking on 895. That's right. Well, how was he hearing me then? You know what I'm saying, Travis? I don't know. Ed, are you hearing me? What kind of radio do you have? Because he might have had it right because I was hearing him on 95. And obviously when I'm talking to him, I'm talking on 98. So he might have had it set up right. Yeah. Hey, Ed, did you hear that?
No, I'm on this frequency now.
Okay. Ed, now you're talking on 98, but I'm hearing you on my left ear on 98, but you got to talk on 98 now. Put your clarifier, or your clarifier to 895. But keep your transmitter up here on 98 and put your receive on your sub VFO to receive on 895. And then you'll hear me on 898. And when you talk with your transmit, you'll talk to me on 895.
Yeah, that's a negative, Ghost Rider. I'm not going to do that right now.
All right.
My brain's shot. It's 10 after 2, and I tell you, Sal, I am out of whack. I told you that. I'm used to being up at 4 a.m., going to bed at 8. And damned if I am about to completely reverse my body clock.
All right. understand it.
I'm not fighting it. I just I'm gonna turn around here and get this somewhat similar.
You're gonna be pretty good right over.
Organization back behind me
It's right
before
on my
I pull the
frequency
plug.
where I'm talking.
I'm gonna be listening, Sal. I won't be able to hear. I'm not even sure who's on 95, but anyway, N488.
Okay. All right, we'll catch you later. We're getting ready to pull the plug anyway. But it was fun, and we'll catch you here tonight, man. It's always a pleasure, man.
Yeah, I'm not signing out. I'm in here, just listening. N4ED. Well, I tell you what, this old HF auto tuner is a monster, and it's when I fine-tuned it, I wasn't seeing any SWR on my ICOM, but this thing is keeping it around 1.09.
I'm getting out of here. All right. And I'm going to pull the plug. I am whipped, man. And Travis, let me say goodnight if you're still listening. I'm going to pull the switch here. It was fun. It was a pleasure and all that good stuff. And we'll catch you here tonight, okay?
Have a good evening, N4EDX.
N4EDX. W4 Sugar Alpha Lima. 73, God bless America. I'm up.
Okay, Sal. I'm out of here, too.
No.
Kilo 4, Bravo Delta. See y'all tomorrow.
I thought you signed out with us before about a half an hour ago.
I did, but I got stuck here and I forgot to leave.
Oh. Did you hear Fred? VD, Travis? Are you splitting are you doing what we're doing, Fred?
I was sitting here thinking with the computer.
Then you don't hear Travis, you hear just me talking, right, with Ed?
Yeah. Where'd Travis go?
Where did Travis go, he said?
Yeah, I'm going to take my split off. I'm transmitting on 3898.
I was listening to you guys. I was using VFOA on main VFO on 3898 and Mutter VFOA instead of 3895.
Yeah. I'm back. Let me see, am I back?
Yep.
Hey, 1 2 1 2.
Have a good night, and don't let the bed bugs bite. So have a good night. Yeah, have a great night. We're gonna shut the radio off and we'll let the dog out and let the amplifier cool off before I shut it off. So see you next week. God bless you all. We'll talk to you later.
Okay, Travis, here we go.
Wallano, N4EDX.
Okay. Fred, I'm going to get out of here too, man. So I'm going to say goodnight and God bless and all that good stuff. And this is W4 Sugar Alpha Lima 73.
Okay, Sal. Yeah, I'll catch you later. Tomorrow night or later on in the morning,
Okay.
whatever it's going to be. I'll catch you later. This is KK4PD.
And W4 SAL. Ciao, ciao.
Jacksonville, Florida.
West of Albuquerque, almost due west in the West Central Mountains. Just a hop, skip, and a jump from Arizona.
Right. Boy, finally, brought up. You are out, and I'm trying to zoom in to look at any city or town or buildings. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a lot out there.
There's not. Nearby, there's a Family Dollar, a Dollar General, and a packaged liquor, and that's it. You know, if you want anything substantive, you got to either go into town, do some shopping, make a list. Always make a list, and or find what you need in the city, Albuquerque, and that's a list that you go about once every 2 or 3 months into the city. But other than that, we do our shopping in town. If we need just a few items, go to the Family Dollar or something like that. So it's kind of it's a unique area. There's not a whole lot here, but I'm enjoying the hell out of it.
Ditto. Our nearest town we have here on the lake is Chester. Has 2,000 people in it. We do have a holiday market. It's okay. You don't want to do a lot of major shopping, so we'll normally go to Susanville, and that's about a 75-mile round trip, and we'll pick up supplies there about once a month. And although you can get stuff in town, but as you mentioned, it's not good. If you're keeping an eye on the budget at all, it's not the best place to shop. I always jokingly say it's kind of like doing your grocery shopping at the 7-Eleven. Can you do it? Absolutely. Should you do it? Probably not.
You look at the prices these days, and I'm glad I started stocking up on some things that I did, about maybe 10, 15 years ago, because I anticipated what we're seeing today as far as the economy goes. Started kind of anticipating that back in the 80s. I just chose to move up here after living amongst people for a considerable amount of time. So I just decided, hey, it's time to get away from it all and live in peace and quiet for a change.
It certainly gives you a different perspective. Like I said, I'm only 8 years in, although we've had a cabin here since 2013. But I owned and operated a trucking company in the San Francisco Bay Area. So, yeah, that's about as wild as you can get, driving trucks through the San Francisco Bay Area. What can possibly go wrong? Every day is quite the adventure. So, anyway, now that I'm retired, I am certainly enjoying this lifestyle. I honestly feel, some people are, don't you get bored? Absolutely not. It's kind of like being on summer vacation. Over.
Yeah, it's the A5SOX, a permanent one at that. I have people visit here, and the main thing, if they're coming from, around 400 feet or so, I have to spend a couple of days acclimating to the elevation. But the main thing that people complain about, and this has been voiced by many people, is too damn quiet. They say it. It's too quiet. We have some Airbnbs here not too far from us, and people come up to, we get tourists up here during the summer. People come up and they hunt and fish and camp. There's all kinds of camping spots around the lake. But I could never understand why they start blasting the music. And it's like, wait a minute, man, you got all this time off work, and you traveled all this distance to come up to the lake, and to turn that garbage off and
just kind of listen to nature. There's a lot you can hear out here if you take the time to listen.
Yeah, I refer to as just stop and smell the roses, because living elsewhere, you never have the opportunity to get out with nature, enjoy nature, and you sort of become one with nature. Out here, I've been out there 25 years, and it's unique. The animals have grown accustomed. You got deer coming up, and they don't run. Hawks will land in a bird bath, and they'll just, if you go outside, they'll just sit there and watch you go by because you're not a threat. I guess you become somewhat accepted. But yeah, it's nice. It's like living life on a different frequency.
Absolutely. And I got your QRZ page up here, and nice looking shack. Yeah, nice looking shack. So I think I'm looking at your PR 30, and very similar looking to a PR 40.
Yeah, it is quite close. The PR30 could have been obtained in black as well. And the amp you see up there is AL80, I think. Sure is that. This is AL80A sitting up there. So sitting in its place now is the ACOM, which I got on the air about a week ago, about 10 days ago. But other than that, everything's pretty much a change. I got a Kenwood TS180 that I'm getting back on the air, restoring with the remote VFO and center speaker, power supply. And that's a nice little radio. And one thing unique about that radio, you don't have the distraction of the waterfall. In other words, you're looking at the frequency you're listening to, and there's not that distraction of the display. And this thing is from 1980, I believe, the TS180. I think it was one of Kenwood's first solid-state radios, not the first. It was released around the time the 830 was released. So.
Yeah, that does make it kind of nice. As I mentioned, I do ESSB, so I do kind of like to look at the band scope, although this radio does not have a built-in one, but very simple to put a band scope on pretty much any radio that has an IF out. But that's what I did on this particular one, is took the IF out, and I have a little SDR dongle that monitors the IF frequency, and it puts that band scope up on the computer screen. So I think that whole setup cost me a big whopping $29.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose the same thing could be done with the old 180. Yeah, it does have an IF out. So I don't know, I'm enjoying I've had the 890 for about 6 months, and I like the receiver because it's one. I like the radio because it's one you can get your hands on. It's not a lot of touch screens and touchscreen menus and stuff. And there's a committed button to most everything, which I like. And it's well built too. You can tell that whenever you pull it out of the box. It's quite well built. It's got a relatively large footprint, but what the heck? You only live once. It's a nice radio. And it does what I want it to do. So far, anyway, I'm satisfied.
It's got a great roofing filter in. Yeah, when you take the 890 out of the box, the construction on that. I mean, even the back. If you look at the back of the radio, the way they designed the fan, there's not this clunky fan sticking on the back. They just, what a wonderful radio. And like I said, I have one. I don't use it a whole bunch, but if I'm doing working 20 meters, doing DX, what have you, that's the radio. The roofing filter is wonderful on it. But normally I do rag chew and play around with the audio stuff, so I end up on Voodoo Radio over here. Well, I'm going to jump out here. It's going to be about that time. Thanks for letting me put New Mexico in the logbook. I sure appreciate that, Dana. And it's nice to know that I'm getting a signal out, which, by the way, is off the edge of my antenna. The antenna is broadside to the north and south, so I don't get to the east too often, so it's kind of nice doing the New Mexico shot. Although you're not terribly east on it, but still.
You're 20 over 9. I don't know if that's band or what, and you've been relatively consistent at 20 over 9. You brought up the internet. Yeah, it was a dilemma here until an outfit installed a WISP nearby on the local cell tower, so at least we got speeds up, 30 to 50 megabytes down and maybe 15, 20 up. So, and if that's probably, if they go, a lot of people around here own Starlink, but that's about the only, we don't even have any sufficient cell phone service out here. Verizon, T-Mobile, they're not interested in putting up a tower. There's a local tower, run by Smith Brothers Telecom called Cellular One, yeah. But all people do is use it as like T-Mobile uses it as a partner carrier. The thing is, you don't have the perks that come with the, if you're working into a T-Mobile tower, you don't have unlimited bandwidth or anything like that. So with a cell phone, if you're not connected to Wi-Fi, as soon as you get out of Wi-Fi range, you're limited. But anyway, that's one of the things you get whenever living out here. Okay, Mark, pleasure coming across your path here, and I got to get out of here too. Just heard your signal on the 180 and decided to fire up the and that's another thing about this ACOM. You got to wait 3 minutes for it to warm up. But decided to turn on the 890 and the amplifier and give you a shout. So 7-3 and pleasure, and we'll bump into each other again. I'm usually up at around this hour, but like you, I've got to hit the rack early tonight. Got visitors arriving tomorrow, and I've never heard the fan come on this 890. I've never heard it come on. And the ACOM amp is very silent as well. Anyway, this is WA5SOX.
Hey, good deal, Dan. It's been a pleasure. Have a great evening here in New Mexico, and you're hitting 20 over on that transmission. So that's probably the strongest signal I have had tonight. So good job. All right, 73s to the FWLs. Thanks for riding along, and this is K6FEJ Lake Almanor hopping out of the air chair. 73s.
And 7-3, Mark. It's WA5SOX. We are clear QRT. Good night, all.
K6FEJ, Whiskey 9, Echo.
The Echo station?
Yeah, Whiskey 9, Echo. Just your S9 may be a little over here in Indiana.
Oh my. All right, a DX station in Indiana. W9, Echo. Oh, that's a wonderful CW.
Yeah, it's shorter than most of the 1x2s. That's one of the reasons I got it. And it's monosyllabic on voice. Although I have found that it's difficult in like pile-ups because consonants are soft. And you can get a little buried compared to the hard consonants. But at least it's short on both CW and voice.
All right. And I'm detecting, you're not terribly strong here. I'm going to give you a 5 and 7. I'm detecting some extra audio flavor. And I think I'm going to go out on a limb and say that somebody's running an Anon.
Yeah, this is an Anon 7000. I'm at about 4K because there's nobody on the band. And this is my old Ten-Tec Orion Regal microphone. Go ahead.
Right. Good deal. Well, I'm on the analog sort of version there, so the radio here I'm on tonight is the Kenwood 950 SDX, and this one is one of Voodoo Mike's creations there. This is a Voodoo Labs number 39, and one of my favorite radios to operate. And anyway, definitely caught. I'm transmitting and receiving it at 68. Definitely caught the extra flavor there.
Okay, very good. Yeah, finally I think got this one dialed in fairly good. So that lake that you're on, how big is it in reality? Was it a scale?
Well, okay, it's 52 miles of shoreline. Not quite as big as Lake Tahoe, but it's a good-sized lake. So I always like to describe Lake Almanor. Imagine Lake Tahoe and remove all the people, and now you have Lake Almanor. Over.
Okay, well, that makes sense. And so if it's 52 miles of shoreline, it must be, what, about 15 miles across?
Yeah, that's about right. Of course, you know, they're counting all the coves. You have a peninsula that sticks out. And it's a man-made lake. Great Western Power Company dammed up the North Fork of the Feather River back in the 20s. And it's mainly fed by snow melt and springs, a lot of springs underneath the lake here. So even in the drought years, we end up with the lake is still at a fairly decent level.
Interesting. Yeah, okay, well, very good. Well, that's a decent-sized lake. Yeah, we've got a lot of small lakes here in northern Indiana. I think, in fact, this county has over 100 of them. You know, and of course, if I head northwest, you get the southeastern tip of Lake Michigan. But that's not the pretty area of Lake Michigan and Lake Huron. That's up north. If you get into northern Michigan, it's gorgeous water, but that's a whole nother story, and you can go hundreds and hundreds of miles across those lakes. Tremendous amount of fresh water. All right, I won't keep you, Mark. I know you wanted to go QRT, but I heard you saying you don't get out east, and I was going to say you're getting out east tonight.
Yeah, I sure appreciate that. Yeah, one of these days I will put up another doublet and orientate it towards the east and west. And I'm running about 950 watts rich, and the antenna, obviously, is a 30-meter doublet, and it is 100 feet in the air. One of the benefits of living in the Plymouth National Forest is I have all these wonderful biosupports to put trees up or put antennas up.
Yeah, you guys out there in the Pacific Northwest with those huge tall trees have a real advantage in natural supports. I'm on farmland here. The house was actually built about 2000, so the trees are only 25 years old, so they top out at about 27, 30 feet. So anything that's taller than that has either got to be telephone poles with extensions or towers. But what I'm working you on is it's actually the trapped driven element of my 2015 and 10-meter beam. It's got two sets of traps on it. It's about 44 feet long. There's a vertical strut on it, and it's trussed up with Kevlar so that it doesn't sag at all, and it's rotatable, and it's up at 74 feet in the air.
Oh, good deal. Yeah, I just brought your QRZ page up here, and I believe I'm looking at that tower collapse. And it certainly is doing a good job. It seems like, anything over 75 feet for this band, the signal really takes off. I had the antenna, I originally put it up about 40 feet, and it worked good. I mean, it's a good antenna. But boy, when I got out my slingshot, my easy hang slingshot, made some great shots right over the top of the two 100-foot trees on either side of the cabin, and got it up to 100 feet. Oh my gosh, that was a game changer. So that extra height definitely helps.
Oh, yeah, you want to be, 2/3 of the wavelength out, between about 0.6 and 0.7 wavelength. So I always tell people just round it off to 2/3 of a wavelength. You get the maximum gain over ground for a dipole or a Yagi. So if you can keep it at about that height, you do really well. That works out to actually on 40 meters at about 93 feet, 89 to 93 feet. So the 74, 75 works good. If I could get another 14 feet taller, I would do better. But I've got another tri-bander up top of this one. If you look at the picture, it looks like 40 meters, but it's not. It's actually for 30, 17, and 12 meters, and that one's up at 87 feet. And it does really, really well on those bands, and so I'll probably just leave it the way it is. I guess if I had to do my druthers, if I had to do it over again and didn't own this aluminum for 35 plus years and know that it's good mechanically, I would have probably put a 30-meter add-on kit on the bottom antenna, which would have made a little bit less wind load and shorter, and probably done a dual element 40 up top at the 87-foot level. But I guess if I get crazy one of these days, that's always something that I could do over.
Well, it looks like you've got a fine tower there to play around with that. And yeah, I was looking at the 2-meter or the 2-element antenna, and I initially thought that was, you were going to tell me you had a 2-element 40. And wow, you have certainly extended up over the top of the tower. I can't tell by the picture if that extra section is a guide to the other antenna. I imagine it's not. So no issues with that in the windstorms?
No, actually that mast is stainless 6061 aluminum. It's 2-inch outside diameter, but it's basically almost a half-inch wall thickness. It's pretty heavy. The mast itself is 24 feet long. It goes, about 4 feet into the tower, and 20 feet sticks up above the top. So the top of that mast is 92 feet in the air, and that bottom antenna has a 29-foot long boom, and the top antenna has about a 11-foot boom, and the top elements are on the top tri-bander are 38 feet long. So there's a bit of wind load, but I've had it up. The worst I've had it up fully extended is 97 miles an hour, and it survived completely intact. And I've had it up probably 6 to 8 times at 83 plus. And if it gets really rocking and rolling, that mast will bend over 15 to 18 degrees. But it's never taken a set. When the wind dies down, unlike steel, which is stiff, the aluminum just flexes. And when the wind dies down, it goes back to being upright.
That's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Now, in your neck of the woods, Rich, do you end up with ice storms? Curious. We end up with a lot of snow up here in the mountains. I'm here at the 4,700-foot level of Sierra Nevada Mountain, so we definitely get snow, and boy, does that ice build up on the antenna, the wire antennas. In fact, I got a rope hooked up to the ladder line, and sometimes I have to ring that antenna like a bell to knock all the ice off. So any of those issues with the antenna?
No, we had a really bad ice storm, K6FEJW19. I want to say maybe 15 years ago. I actually moved QTHs. We moved from the north side of town 8 miles to the west side of town, out of the country and each way. But where I am now is a little bit truly more rural. I'm surrounded by farms. The other one was, I would call soft suburbia. It was, 3 to 10 acre lots, but not a lot of active farming. And where I am now is actually real farms and conservation reserve. So it's actually a little bit better location. I'm on a little bit more of a knoll, and I have more downsloping ground in more directions. But at my other QTH, we did have an ice storm one year in which we also had ice that was so bad that it even stuck on vertical surfaces. And it was about 3/4 of an inch of ice. And so, my 80-meter dipole, which was wire, was about 1.5 inches around. And so this antenna got coated with that ice. And there was one section on the driven element on one side between the 40-meter traps and the mounting that got a slight bend. And I since replaced that with another piece of aluminum. But that was the only damage that happened with that severe of an ice storm. Go ahead.
Well, you did really well on that K6 FEJ Northern California. We've had, and there's been a couple of ice storms up here, and boy, did it just wreak havoc with everything. So that is a testimony to how well that antenna is designed. So good job. Well, Rich, I'm going to say 73s. I'm starting to get a little rummy here at approaching. Well, you know what? I'm not even going to say how late I'm staying up because I just realized you're up a lot later. But rolling up on midnight here on the West Coast. So time for me to hop out of the ears here and go hit the sack. But real pleasure to work Indiana. Did I move you? Did I get that right? Yeah, Indiana. Columbia City. I'll have to take a look and see where exactly that is at some point. But pleasure to put you in the logbook here tonight. And thanks for letting me know that my signal is actually getting to the east. I appreciate that.
Yeah, very good. Well, like I said, this antenna does very well, and I think the local terrain helps. If I get out 100 to about 300 meters, the ground falls about 16 to 22 feet, and in most directions, and so it performs really, really well. And so I can usually get S9 plus into the West Coast. It's getting a little weaker than when you came on first with WA5SOX. Conditions are not quite as good, but I've been very happy with it for a single element. Yeah, if you look at the antenna, if you look at the bottom picture, if you blow it up, I'll give you a quick story, Mark, and then you can run. It was actually started as a Mosley TA34 cell, which was a 2-inch boom, 21 feet long, with 4 elements. And at the time, when I bought these, it was the late 1980s. I also bought a TW33, which was a 3-element work tri-bander. And I got that thing assembled, and it was a monster. It had a 20-foot boom and 3 38-foot long elements. And I thought, no way am I going to put that boom load up top of the tower. And I also didn't have this tower. I had a lighter aluminum tower. So I basically threw away the director on the Wark tri-bander, but I kept the boom pieces, and the booms actually were made so that they would fit together, and I just kind of stuck them aside, and I moved up here to Indiana, and I bought this tower actually in Michigan in the mid-1990s, moved it to Indiana and put it up, and I just put it up with 2 elements on top of the 4 elements below. And then somewhere around 2010, I had a rotor problem, and I had to take all the antennas off and tilt the tower over and fix the rotor and then reassemble everything. And while I had them off on my front lawn, I thought, what could I do to make the antenna better? So I thought, the boom, would go together. So why don't I lengthen out the boom? Because, the longer the boom on a Yagi, the better the gain you get. And I had come across a couple elements from TA33 whose boom had got destroyed real cheap. So I fashioned a 3rd director But then I thought, the boom to mass plate isn't big enough, so I made an extra 6 inches in length in both directions and 4 vertical clamps. And then I got it, and the boom was so long that it started to wiggle a little bit. And I had added the 40-meter traps to it, so I got some master guy wire, went from the front of the boom to the 40-meter traps to the back in a big horizontal diamond, and that stopped the boom from wiggling. But then the boom would sag, so I took the original boom to mass plate, moved it to the center of the antenna, brought a vertical strut up, and then trussed the boom up with Kevlar. So that the antenna, and there's a strut on the driven element too, and the 40-meter element. So this antenna, if you look at it in plane, is absolutely completely straight, and it's absolutely completely rigid. And when I got it all done, it was like a new antenna because I had more transmitted and received gain. The extra elements smoothed out the SWR curves. I'm basically between 1.4 to 1 on both 20 and 15 meters from one end of the band to the other. On 10 meters, it's like goes from about, I can go all the way up to like 29.2 and still be under 1.6 to 1. So it really worked out for the advantage. So that's the story. It's kind of like a backward story, Mark. Anyhow, have a good evening. Whiskey 9 Echo Echo Echo.
Hey, good story on the antenna, Rich. And I opened your QRZ picture of the antenna up in a separate window that was able to zoom in and kind of follow along there a little bit. So good job on that. All right, my friend, 73s, and good working here on 40. Signal is quite as strong as you were when you first came on, but it's still kind of holding in there. All right, 73s, have a good evening. 73s to the SWLs, E6FJ, Northern California, going that way.
Okay, Mark, have a good night. Yeah, you're continuing this last transmission. You were about 5 to 10 dB over a time, so you're putting a good signal out this way. Have a good night. K6FEJ on the lake, Whiskey 9 Echo Echo Echo.
You did it.
とします。初本同情と分際。 声放送へようこそ。小田の声放送へようこそ。本班は9月に入っても、昼は30秒とか9時ですが、11時からアニメの人です。昼は21度と、朝と夜は16、7度と、冬の季節に出ますが、皆さんの季節はいかがですか？
そうですね。今ぐらいの天気ができますので、リスナーの皆さんには、くれぐれもお体にお気をつけてほしいですね。
ちょっと皆さんは、ニュースの電気メールの内容をご紹介しましょう。東京都の浦山電気さんと、長崎県にお住まいの川森正彦さん、神奈川県の竹山圭介さん、片山隆さんですね。
はい、そうです。まず、浦山元気さんの発話メールの内容をお話します。こんにちは。初めてメールを送らせていただきます。小田の声放送を毎日楽しみに聞いています。東京では連日35度を超える猛暑日が続いています。皆様もくれぐれも体調にお気をつけください。これからも楽しみにしております。
メールの内容は短いですが、だって後ろから気遣い、吉野さんは興味が伝わってきて、印象に残るものですね。
はい。かわって宮崎県の川森正彦さんから8月初のメールをいただきました。川森さんもやはり自分の声放送をいつも楽しみにしているということです。そして8月1日の自分の声放送が朝8時の日本語放送を半端にて拝聴したこと、突然放送が途切れ聞けなくなったので、ラジオが終了で結果をキャッチできなかったもどかしい気持ちを持っています。
本当に何人もお気持ちがありますね。とても声放送はいつまで皆さんに十分お伝えするため音楽でしょう。とにかく川森さんにとってとても声放送が生活の一部分になったというのが分かりますね。
神奈川県にお住まいの片山宝樹さんも8月にこのメールを大きくなったということです。8月以来、人より多くの電気メールをお送りになっているとても嬉しいなことです。片山さんはメールで常にとても声放送を楽しみにしているとし、クイズの回答や音楽のリクエストなども言われていました。また、友達にとても声放送について教えていること、スタッフに心から感謝するという内容もありました。本日、中学金曜成績の入活動については、ニュースを聞いて深い感銘を受けたことを書いておられましたが、とてもいい状態なんです。本日は、朝鮮民主主義人民共和国創建記念日最大のメッセージの発表になりました。
このようにとても声放送を楽しみにしている。放送の続くことを期待するというのは、優勝士の同じ考えでした。中山元気さん、川森正彦さん、片山宝樹さんに心からの思いを申し上げます。
皆さんのような有識者に知り合って、スタッフの皆がとても嬉しく思っております。これからも少しずつニュースメールをお送りになってください。
ただいまで、東京都の浦山元気さんと、宮崎県のお住まいの川森正彦さん、神奈川県の片山隆さんの電気メールをご紹介しました。皆さん、次々の人にまたお会いしましょう。穏やかな豚たちでお過ごしください。忘れはしない人間を。
と私の運命、コインサイドをいたします。